Forward. Well, all right, everybody. As you know here, this is the Circle Grace One's weekly morning show. We're coming on at 11:12 a.m. on Wednesday, July the 20th, and we're trying different aspects of the property here. So the lighting is not as bright. It's bright out today, but not as bright as it normally is. So, as usual, we're always trying to discover that right light. And wanted to come forth. So I'm going to relax a little bit. Let me unbutton my collar here and come out here very relaxed. As time goes on, they say, as you older you get, sometimes you just want to be more laid back. And not that I want to be laid back and forget anything, but I just want to relax so that the message comes to you in a relaxed form. Well, this is the Circle Grace One's weekly show, Decree and It Shall Be. The Circle Grace One was founded on July 2nd, 1999 AD, under the aegis and the anointing of the Angel of Grace through divine providence. And this is my spiritual and metaphysical ministry for many of you that already know that. And I come on at least about 9 times a month now. I do the 2 morning shows. Wednesday morning I come on roughly between 11 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. Do my best to be here at 11, but Spirit is in control, so we just go with the flow. There's a reason for coming on a little later, 13 minutes later, 8, 9, 30 minutes later. I don't question that anymore for sure. And of course, it gave birth to his own spiritual and metaphysical ministry on February the 7th, 2009, which is called the Circle of Divine Grace and Remembrance. And so I often say that the Circle of Grace One is the circle of divine grace and remembrance, and it truly is. It's one and the same, and I'm here to share online. Now, I've been taking a break because I'm switching equipment. I had a couple of laptops that went down, an old one, and that one is possibly just being looked at right now. Oh, excuse me. And then I had a brand new one, and then that one, within 48 hours of 2 shows on a Wednesday, failed to work the next day properly. And that was the weekend. Actually, that was the week after all this occurred. The week after Father's Day, all of this happened. So I just went out and I'm working with an Apple iPad 2. So all the broadcasting, and that's why you don't see a good strong lighting, because sometimes if you don't have a good strong overhead lighting, it doesn't always work out that way. And I'm not in the other area where you see the light much brighter behind me. That would be too bright of a light. So if you are at your computer station and you can adjust your brightness, I suggest that you do that. Adjust your brightness from your end. And of course, everything will look much brighter on the screen to you. Now, before we get started, I want to release a prayer. And this prayer is designed to take us into a higher form of learning. And I intend to bring forth several things. I want to, in the morning classes, I always bring forth a little more of the metaphysical teaching of the intuitive and mantic arts. So sometimes it's numerology. Today, Spirit wants me to talk about the tarot and one of the cards, or the aces. We might just talk about the aces today. And that's significant, so people need to know that, okay? And I'm going to bring, in fact, opening up the deck for that. And one of the things that one of my aces is right there, so the basic one I want to talk about today. Now, before I get started, I want to let you know that I'm happy to be here. So here's our opening prayer. Through divine power and by divine grace, may all of you who are aware that this show is in existence, that come and hear this and listen to this, may the teachings today resonate deeply with your heart. May you come to a higher standard of living and awareness and remembrance within your heart. May you understand that all of your heart's desires come from the Creator of the divine worlds, divine consciousness, and all the realities, all of the parallel universes. That's right, parallel universes. May you realize that they're right here. They're not out there. They're not way across the street. They're right here. And it's just a matter of us speaking and communicating with divine in that nature. And that's why it says, wherever God is, I am. Wherever I am, God is. And so our I am is literally all over us, all around us in layers and layers and layers. So in this holiness this morning, in this opportunity for greater wisdom, greater understanding, greater beauty, greater harmony, meaning beauty of the God consciousness that lives within each and every one of us. I understand I am that I am. I affirm that I am that I am. I am that I am. And I decree and I see and decree that I am that I am. And when I say that, I see and decree that you come to that understanding, that you have that understanding, that you can affirm this for yourself, and that you can decree that into your life for yourself. Today we seek our true self. Through divine power and by divine grace, may we continue to not only seek our true self, but become our true self, and come into a higher awareness and a higher remembrance of our true self. I affirm that not only do we know that we have come to the understanding that I am, meaning the I am in you, the me of you, the I of you, is also reflected in the divine, and the divine is reflected in you as the greater I am. I feel that we now are coming into the consciousness that we know that I am, that we can feel the vibration, we can feel the frequency resonating and vibrating through our bodies. Today, let's give honor and embrace the self-realization that I am truly empowered now, that we are all truly empowered right now. Nothing is impossible because the I am that's in all of us makes everything possible here and now. Amen. So I want to, for us to receive that in our consciousness today. This is a wonderful opportunity, and some people may want to lay claim that they've done it before. So be it. That there may be people and there have been many people teaching at different stages of our lives. But this I am presence is the glory of who we are. It's our glory. It's our countenance, meaning it's in our aura, and we're glowing, and we're aglow with it. We have this year, from going back to the 10-10-10 of last year and coming all the way up into these powerful lunar and solar eclipses and these solar flares that we had going on June and all of July, all of June and July, and here we are again. May we continue to prosper in a way that we just reawaken and becomes like an electrical train from one person to the next. Not only that we untrain, Spirit says we untrain. Now, Spirit, the holiness, the Lord said, we are untraining and we are deprogramming ourselves so that we could step into the real program. They said the Spirit of holiness has placed within us an awareness of the divine plan. And so that divine plan, as I always say, the DNA, is a divine nature has been already activated. Your divine nature in you is already activated. So I'm seeing here that's coming all around me the great ancestors, my own ancestors. I know and feel that your ancestors are coming up around you as well. That's right, your elders that are in the light. No, they're not across the borders way far away. They're walking right around you every day. And you're going to find out that you're going to be able to sit down and have a conversation with them. You're going to have the conversation with them. You're going to breathe with them. You're going to dance with them. You're going to recognize that you are them and they are you. You're going to understand that everything that we see going on outside ourselves has been living and breathing on the inside of ourselves. We're going to now pick up that vibration. We're now going to make it stronger for ourselves. And what I mean by making it stronger is so that we are living it and breathing it, and so that it is tangible. Have you ever felt something touching upon you? And we're like, what is that? Spirit touching upon you. Not only spirit touching upon you, but all of your elders across the seas of light touching upon you. And not only your elders, but the aboriginals will tell you that not only you are here, but there's 143 other parts of you throughout the universes. And you're going to be able to get in touch with them. And many times you are doing it. Many of us in the world are doing it already. In your own way, you are already doing it. So if you've been doing it through your prayer, through your affirmations, through your affirmative prayers, through your meditations, congratulations. And don't worry about how other people are seeing you. Because if you are able to do it, keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. This is the empowerment for the golden age that is already upon us. It's coming to us, but it's inside of you. People want to know, is Christ coming back? No. The man called Jesus in another language known as Isa or Ishe, no, he's not coming back. You're coming back within your consciousness. You're bringing the teachings that he gave you into your consciousness. You're bringing all the holy masters that have walked the face of the earth before you and after you into your consciousness. You are the nexus point. You are the vortex. You are the gateway. You are the doorway. So now you're learning to bring all of these living beings into your surroundings. The Aboriginals say that we're dreaming all the time. Aboriginals say we're dreaming all the time. They said when we are asleep, we're dreaming. But when we are awake, we dream also. Isn't that something? Contemplate that. Meditate upon that. That the fact that when you are asleep, whether you're sleeping 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours a day, you fall into a slumber. You get past that beta, that waking state that we're in right now, to that alpha state. And then you step into that theta state of out-of-body experiences and so forth, and soul traveling and mental traveling. And then you go into that delta state where your body is totally, all the layers, all the chakra planes opened up. And the spirit of you is roaming willfully, consciously, from one realm to the next. You're having class with the masters. You're having class with your ancestors. You're having class with the other 143 parts of your personalities. All at the same time. Isn't that something? The light is all over the place, all at the same time. You're moving and grooving. You're it. You are it. Ikarabosata. You're it. Ringalalorose. You're it. Rasingalalorosarabasa. You're it. You're moving in your own vehicle of light. You're that unidentified flying object, meaning when you can't identify yourself, you don't know who you are, and you think you're an object. You're not an object flying around. You are a realism. You are a realism. You are real. 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 Re means repeat. Al means the rank, the ability. The height. Repeat your height. Real. Repeat your height. Turn real around to what? Ra'il. Ra'el, if you want. Some people pronounce the ELL, but it's actually eel. You put the eel on it, you free up the consciousness. If you put the L on it, you clamp it down. In Spanish, L is pronounced L. In Spanish, EL. They don't use it as EL. In Spanish, they pronounce it L. L is a particle. Or I would say an article, but Spirit had a particle, like as in a particle of light, a charged energy form. But it's an article, okay? So it's an article. It means it heightens, it puts emphasis on a word. So EL in the Spanish language is the. So real, you are the real personality. You are the God energy in yourself. You are the focus of that. You are the vortex of that. You are the gateway. You're the doorway. You're the portal. You're the doorway, however you want to see it. You are the bridge, and you're becoming more conscious of it. We all are. And so the more we become conscious of it, the greater we shall be. One of the things that I want to bring out today, and if you ever want to be in touch with me, you could always contact me here. One of the most current emails that you should use is Bishop Francis at Circle of Grace with the number 1 at the end at Bishop Francis at circlegrace1.net, or you could also reach me at iam.circlegrace1 at yahoo.com. This is my ustream.tv channel, Circle of Grace 1. Now I'm also broadcasting whenever I can at the other one, Justin.tv, but I'm taking a break for that one. When I get my other laptop in, I'll be able to broadcast in the way that I would like to. See, we might say by doing it through these iPad 2s is a way to just do it and be out there and about. But this is going to greatly enhance what I'm going to do in a completely different level now, and you're going to be able to be fully blessed. I believe by next month we're going to come out with some more things. We're doing a lot of random broadcasting. When I say we, the Ascended Masters, the Angel of Grace, the archangels come to me and all of their deputies and push me forward. The elder grandmothers in spirit around me, Grandma Charlotte, Grandma Dora, and all the other grandmothers push me forward to continue with this. Father Napoleon pushes me out there to do this. Granddad Henry, Granddad Eddie, all of them are pushing. And also, as I'm going through my deck here, I'm going to pull out some other cards you need to be aware of that have some interesting connections to them. And this is going to also help you within your journey so that you have a fuller understanding, if you're working with the tarot, that you'll be able to make this tarot literally jump off the deck into your consciousness and realize, hey, maybe it's been already there in my consciousness, I just don't know it yet. In most cases, it's a remembrance. And these cards help us to remember. And I'm not someone who is a proponent of knowing every possible card in every possible deck, but I have studied so many during the years that I just enjoy bringing out the wisdom to you. And today we might even touch upon the use of a pendulum today. I call it a pendulum. It's important that we get all of these out here and get them so that you could technically get a blessing out of all of it. All right, now, the other contact information is you can always Skype me at 973-685-5978. That's 973-685-5978. You can also reach and listen to a multi-purpose decree at my spiritual prayer meditation decree request line, which is 505-717-4722. That's 505-717-4722. If you're on a landline phone, that's 505-717-GRACE. Excuse me. So one of the things here is that this is a golden opportunity for us to be here. Sometimes the connection bounces in and out, but it's still recording. Another thing is I'm not taxing it. I'm not loading it down with 90-minute shows. I'm doing roughly about a 70-minute, 75-minute show. When I get that other piece of equipment back here, I will be extending it right to 90-minute shows, sometimes 20-minute shows. 90 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Well, we're going to just be doing. The Spirit wants me to lay it out here, get excited, and since I've completed a step one fast, and dropped 10 pounds, and so we're getting ready to look to drop some more. We're going to let the universe just peel it off of us, and help me to peel it off. But one of the things I want to talk about here are the aces in the tarot. And this is whether now a regular deck of cards, the 52 cards in a regular deck of playing cards, the ones that people use for bid whist and blackjack, which is the game called 21, and tonk and spades and all of that, and war, all of those card games, they come from the 52 card tarot deck comes out of the tarot. And sometimes we pronounce it tarot. Tarot is the wheel of life. Okay, and there's over right now. I tell you, there's well over 1,000 tarot decks out there. And if you want to know how many are out there, not counting the ones that people have made in their homes, you need to get a hold of the U.S. Game Systems. U.S. Game Systems. That's right. U.S. Game Systems is the biggest card company in the world. They're the ones that you see stamped on the bottom of those playing cards when people are playing Bid Whisk and all of that. They're stamped in there. Okay, and what if you go to that? I believe they're in Connecticut. I'm not sure, but I think they're still based in Connecticut. If you get a hold of one of those catalogs, you'll see every playing deck that's ever been created, even new ones. You'll see like the Weight Rider deck. You'll see this deck with the background color, which is the Aquarian Tarot deck with a style like this for the ace cards. You'll see Morgan Greer Tarot decks. You'll see Aleister Crowley's Thoth or Teotihuacan deck. You'll see, well, you'll see a lot. There's so many. You'll see so many different styles of tarot decks. You'll see I think it's called a Dakini Tarot deck. And I've had a lot in my possession in my days. I actually have given away. I used to collect tarot decks, and not that material things are important, but I enjoyed. I had a Mother Peace Round tarot deck, and I've kind of given all of those decks away now. So letting other people enjoy them, okay, is, I don't hold on to all this stuff anymore. It's not necessary. Whenever you want something, you think it, you feel it, you vibe on it, bam, and it shows up now. So you don't have to like hold on to everything like it's only yours. It belongs to the world. Now, one of the things I want to bring out here is the importance of understanding these cards. And as I was saying, the 52 cards of a regular playing deck, the 52 cards, 52 represents the 52 weeks out of the 365-day calendar, Gregorian calendar system. You see, now, the 52 is divided up into 4 suits of 13 cards. 4 suits of 13 cards. Now, the interesting factor, there are only 3 court cards: King, Queen, and a Jack. Okay, remember that. King, Queen, and a Jack. Jack is the knight. Okay. Now, that's the 3 upper court cards out of each one of the 4 suits. But when you come to the 78 card tarot deck, which is split into 2 decks, it's split into 2 decks. Now, when it's split into 2 decks in the tarot, you just might even get a whole little introduction in the tarot today. When it's split into 2 decks, you have the 22 major arcanum or major arcana, which is the major wisdom cards, major teachings, which are the astrological influences, which is also the 22 paths on the tree of life, which is called the Kabbalah, or Kabbalah, some of us like to say. Sometimes people in the occult field spell Kabbalah with a C, C-A-B-A-L-A. Sometimes you'll see it with a K, and often you'll see it with a Q. And when you see it with a K, you're talking about the virtues of it. When you see it, virtues of it, which is the virtuous flow of the Kundalini, which is the thunderbolt, which is the blazing sword running through the tarot, which is also running through you. And the tarot or the Kabbalah really represents you. And also breaks down to, when you're dealing with the tarot, you're really talking about yourself and your different life's experiences. Okay, now here's another thing. Now, in the tarot, you've got the 56 minor arcanum or arcana, which the 56 cards now are 4 times 14 is 56. And in numerology, the number 14 represents moderation, balance, and temperance. Moderation, balance, and temperance. Moderation, balance, and temperance. That's in that series. So, the beauty of that, and also the temperance card astrologically is Sagittarius. Sagittarius represents the higher mind, higher consciousness, of the I am stepping down into you. All right, so this is what you're learning. Now, in the 14 cards, there's 4 suits, just like the playing cards. The regular playing deck of 52 cards, there are also 4 suits. In the regular playing deck, where people are playing Bid Whisk and all of those wonderful card games, sometimes they're gambling with it, sometimes they're playing it in tournaments. This is what they're playing. They're playing diamonds, which are the red cards. Then they're playing cups, which is the red cards. And then they have the two black suits, right? And one is called spades, right? Which looks like spades is really an inverted heart with a stem on it. Okay, that's the spade. An inverted heart with a stem on it. And then you have the regular playing deck, or what, the diamonds and the hearts. The diamonds are earth element, finances, material things, physical things. Hearts is always, people always look at it as romance. The emotional side is also the creative energy side. It's the astral side of you. Is the astral side of you. And then, now, there are various schools of thought. Some will use the spades to represent fire, and some will use the clubs to represent air. Okay? Others, as myself, I use clubs to represent fire, and I use spades to represent the air. Okay? Because the mind is an airy place. Or we say here the brain, all your thinking, all your analyzing, your logic, and your reasoning. Okay, it comes, you're trying to pull it together. And a part of that air essence it connects with the fire energy. Okay, air and fire are qualities that are to go together, but so does water and fire. All these elements interact. Water and earth go together too. Air and earth can come together in a different way. Okay, they don't quite bind, but they do in a different form. Okay, so we need to know that the four elements are really the four states of consciousness and awareness. The rods, now in the tarot, so we get this right, I'm going to show you the Ace of Rods. This is the Aquarian tarot. You see, my deck is well worn. It's well worn. I'm like, Spirit says I got rough hands, so I got worn out. This deck is about maybe 8 years old right now, constantly wearing it out, okay? That's the Ace of Rods. I'll pull it back like this, and I'll put it over here, the Ace of Rods. Now, this in a regular playing deck would be the clubs. You see? See, it almost looks like it has the same little vibration there. The three little stem leaves coming out, open leaves of the flower of the rod. And this rod, by the way, is the rod of Aaron. Rod of Aaron with the Levites, the priesthood. That's what this is. Okay, now, you have when they talk about the spades, and this is from my level, I'm from that other school of thought where the spades are air. See, the rods is fire, the spade, and there's also spirit and intuitive nature, and then the swords. Okay, see, yes, it's well worn out. I really use my cards a lot. I like the Aquarius because of the geometrical patterns here, and I use these to just travel through in my consciousness. And it's nice, And I'm going to also show you that when you get certain cards, how you want to look at how you want to study your cards. This is how I actually teach the tarot to a lot of my students and to people who have actually taught tarot themselves. I don't consider myself a certified tarot master today that you could utilize just in case you were one working with tarot cards, okay? And also, then we have the Ace of Cups. Okay, here's the Ace of Cups for this deck. I'll put it real close. All right, hey, check this out. See if you see a face in there. See a face? Look like one eye winking, one eye open. The lotus petal, which is perfection. See that? Looks like an eye, one eye open, and an eyelid coming down closed. And right here, this is coming here, the bridge of the nose, and the nostrils, the upper part of the lip, and the bottom part of the lip, or like the mouth being open and the rays of light coming out of the mouth. Just something to think about. Just something to think about. And here is the Ace of Pentacles. Here's the Ace of Pentacles here. Notice that pentacle is not placed exactly, well, it is in this card dead center. Now, if you're using the, if you're using the Weight Rider deck, this would be like a yellowish color, which is a mental range, and in the occult fields, the yellow energy is what they use for the magical range, or yellow magic as they call it, using the mind, you see. And so here, but what you would see is, you would see a circle, and then you see an inner circle line. to look like the ridge of a coin, but they do that for a reason, so that you step deeper into the card. So you see the pentacle, and then you see the world that the pentacle is in. And if you look down here, you'll see like three, like the pattern of a clover image sitting here, so they're giving you some kind of connection that way too. And then you see the flowers coming up with the berries here, which is growth in the blue. But also just want to point that out. Now, one of the things and the pentacles here that's the diamonds in a regular deck of cards. The cups in the tarot are the hearts in a regular deck of cards. The swords are the spades in a regular deck of cards, and the rods are the clubs in a regular deck of cards. Now, one of the things you want to be aware of, audience here, is that these four cards, and this is the way I usually teach introductory levels, intermediate levels, and advanced levels. Advanced levels is doing various spreads. Intermediate levels is beginning to connect you to what the cards represent, and all the different types of meanings. Now, they're an infinite amount of readings. When I used to first teach the tarot, I got introduced to tarot in 1979. But when I started teaching the tarot on my own, the first thing that came to mind, it was like, for those of us who couldn't afford a computer, we had to tarot. These are cards are programmed, and not only will you see most tarot decks, they give you 3 positives, 3 negatives, 3 good things, 3 bad things, consider, or 3, 3 decisions, 6 decisions, good decisions and poor decisions, good happenings and poor events that could happen around you. But the great thing was to understand was that you, the practitioner, keeps adding on according to your experience. And so, the Spirit wants me to really just let you know that I'm aware of these things, and you are aware of them too, that these 4 ace cards, these 4 aces represent what? Perfection, oneness. Now, what is perfect and what is oneness? The I am that I am. I am that I am. God is the oneness. When we think of last week, I spoke about, I think it was last Wednesday night, I spoke about the word community. And I believe it was the angel of grace, or one of the ascended masters, suggested that we understand that community symbolically means we are communing in the oneness. We're in a community. A commune is a place where like-minded people come together. They have the same philosophy. They're striving to have the same lifestyle. They're seeking a sense of unity and oneness with either nature or God. And guess what? Nature is God. God is in nature. God is in all things. The Spirit, the Holy Spirit, is in all living things. Okay, even those things that are inanimate come from that which is animate or alive. All right, so what we're seeking to understand here is that these 4 cards, pentacles, cups, swords, and rods, depending on what your question was, maybe you're consulting the cards for yourself or for a client. One of the things you want to get familiar with is that in most cases, it's governing anything that is physical or material around you within your world. And one of the things you want to know, that aces, if you're using, let's say, a 3-card spread, where you shuffle the cards up and you cut the cards, so the stack that remains there could be your present moment. And then if you place the cards, the upper section of the cards that you pull off to your left for you, then that would become, for you, your present past. And then you lift off of that second stack you left and put it over to your right side of the center cards. That becomes your immediate present future. Okay, and what you're looking for is 2+ cards and a negative, or 3+ cards. Okay, so what will happen is, if you know that the cards are positive, like aces, then if you saw all 3 aces come out there, if you know all the meanings of your other cards, if you see two very positive cards and one card that isn't positive, you're still getting a yes. Okay, if you're getting all three positive cards, it's a yes, definite yes. If you're getting three negative cards, it's a definite no. Or two negative cards and one yes is a definite no. That's if you're seeking a definitive yes or no to your answers. Okay, so one of the things, the four faces. Now the four faces is anything that's connected to earth, water, air, and fire. That's what you're dealing with throughout the tarot. Earth, water, air, and fire. So we put it here. Earth, water, and air, and fire. These are the four elements that you're working with throughout the tarot. You're working with earth, water, air, and fire. And you're working that all day long, all night long through yourself. Earth, water, air, and fire. Huh? You got an earth suit. You got a physical, material body suit that you're in. Skin, bones, nerves, organs, huh? Tendons, all the cells that make up who you are. Then you got your astral body and the etheric body around yourself, and you got your emotional body. This is the earth body, the emotional body. This is your psychic side. You know, your gut feeling comes through here. You're also thinking about what else that comes through your artistic expression that's coming through here. Your emotions, this is how you feel or not feeling. Then you have your air. It's about your side of your business. Am I going to have some money to work with? You see this card? Ace of Pentacles? Yes, you got money you're going to work with, okay? Money's going to be there. You might be working hard, so you got to really stabilize the money that you're working with. Maybe you got to create a budget to work off of, but you've got to use wisdom with the money. Well, let's say you're feeling pressed to make a decision, you know, or you're looking at something that's going on, and you see this card come up. You see this ace show up, that means you need it right now. You're looking for it right now. You do anything to get it right now. You can't wait to get it right now. Your mind is racing. You can't go to sleep. You're wide awake. You can't go to sleep. This is functioning. So this is why some schools of thoughts says the swords is like the fire instead of the air, because your mind is burning up energy. But it also means the wind is gusting up around you. The wind, the air, hurricane, tornadoes, twisters, gusting up around you, gale force winds, air. Logic and reasoning, air. Philosophy, air. The philosophy of life. What are your philosophies of life? I'm shaking the card. Just think of the soda, like someone slamming this. Excalibur type. Bam, now you got to pull this thing out of the earth. A reminder. What do you got here? Two flowers. This is in the Aquarian. Now, you can take these flowers to represent anything you want. I never tell anybody that they have to be carnations or they have to be roses, or you take them for whatever you want them to be. Now, if you were studying it more, whoever the person that created the deck, if you study the Aquarian, they'll tell you what the flower is. Now, what I do is I tell people, keep it kind of like simplistic. Don't lock into exactly. Let your mind give you the vibration from your remembrance, huh? From within you, let that part speak and give you what you need. You might see you see this here, part of the hilt? You might see this as things connecting to something else totally. You see like the hilt of the sword, the handle, you might see that as a crown within itself. You might see this here is what? Is the jewels of your own mind. But here, when you look at it, right, you see what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are visible to you. That means on the other side, if that's 6 visible to you, there's 4 more on the other side, which is 10. Now, what's 10? 10 in the tarot takes you back to the element of earth, Malkuth, earth. The 4 colors. If you look at the Kabbalah, you'll see 4 colors. You'll see a brown, you'll see a black, you'll see an olive, and you'll see another type of shade, like a russet kind of orange. And these are the elements upon the earth that which you stand, your foundation, where your feet are, where you get grounded within yourself. Just putting it out there. But you step into the fire range, the higher plateau, and this is something you need to see. If you get a book, and I'm going to let you know this, if you're ever a good book to really get you to comprehend, and you can take any tarot deck you want and work it in this book. And I've worked it and studied this book numerous times. I've had the copies of it hundreds of times. When I say that, I'll say I've had it 4 or 5 times in my possession. I just give it away. The book is called The Kabbalistic Tarot, with the word Kabbalistic being spelled with a Q. If I'm not mistaken, you just need to look it up on the internet. Spell Kabbalah with a Q, but spell it as Kabbalistic, Q-A or Q-U-A or Q-A-B-I, and then spell that, Kabbalistic. B-A-L-L-I-S-T, or Kabbalistic, T-I-C, Kabbalistic Tarot, T-A-R-O-T, or just look up Kabbalah, Google it this way, Kabbalah, or say Tarot, Kabbalah, and then go Robert Wang, W-A-N-G. He's the author of that book. And it's a big, thick book. It's sort of like, you can call it like your Bible. Or, if you want, this deck here, the Aquarian deck, and there's also, check this out, this comes to mind for all you who love the Tarot. If you want to look at the Conley, C-O-N-O-L-L-Y, Conley Tarot, that woman has her own book. She has a big workbook, her Bible that goes with it. I believe it's Eileen Conley, E-I-L-E-E-N, then Connolly, C-O-N-N-O-L-L-Y. And you look her up with the Tarot. She has a deck called the Conley Tarot deck, her own design, and she has a workbook. She makes it very technical, but it's a good book. You really get a full understanding of the major arcana and the minor arcana. You know, it really helps in your understanding. But one of the things about Robert Wang's Kabbalistic Tarot, and you can't miss the book, on the front cover, he has the Tree of Life in a 3 to 4 dimensional. I'm gonna call it 4-dimensional because you remember the little games we had. If those of you that are my age, in the 50s going into your 60s, if you had a game where it was Tinker Toys. Remember the Tinker Toys, the little wooden wheels that had the holes in it, and then you had the little spokes. Well, if you ever get one of those, you could create your own 4-level Kabbalah with that. And when you see Robert Wang's book, he's going to show you the Tree of Life Kabbalah in the 4 different colors. He's going to show you the colors of the spheres, of the 10 spheres, and the colors of the paths. Well, these 4 major arcana cards, rods being fire, is the 4th level, and then swords is the 3rd level coming down, the 2nd level coming down, water is the 3rd level coming down, and pentacles is the base. So you'll be able to see that connection there as well. Now, I hope that many of you that are tuning into this, I'm releasing some good enough information that you can go out. And yes, the Tarot comes from the Egyptian system. Now, I'm not a master of the Egyptian system, but many of my Facebookers out there, they're really into it. And this is one time I did study it. It's just so much that you can throw into your consciousness at one time. But it's there, the different systems of self, and there's 22. The 22 letters are connected in that sense to the, as they say, the 22 strands of the DNA, which may jump up to about 2,000 strands on many of us, those of us, all of you that are working your consciousness to a much higher level of understanding your divine consciousness. The 22 letters would be like the 22 paths on the Tree of Life. And then what will happen is you get a firmer understanding of how the adepts, the candidates would go into the heart of the lion, the body of the lion, and they would step into that, into the lower chambers. And then once they went through all of those different processes and all those different thoughts and schools of learning, they were inside the body of the lion were to be the 22 chambers, which are the 22 paths. And once they went through all of those different chambers, all about themselves, they would come out and be able to walk through the tunnel and come underneath the pyramid, if I'm not mistaken, and there is illumination. Well, here is something else. I only wanted to stick to the aces. Again, excuse me, I'm popping out a lot of information today. Excuse me for having a sip of, I call it royal juice. One of the things also you need to be aware of, that when you're dealing with the major arcana, and another time I'm going to march you through the major arcana cards, and the way I should really do it is I can actually cover all 22 to give you an idea of what each section is, okay, because that's something you need to know. But how many times many of you have bought many tarot decks and you saw, well, in the Aquarian deck, this is the Fool, okay, this is the Fool in the Aquarian deck, Fool, and he has the 0, the cipher on the top. And sometimes in some tarot traditional style, I call traditional style, as people begin to come up, this is way back in the 20s and the 40s and 30s, 1900s coming up, you get the tarot with the 0 cipher on the top or the 22. So sometimes he's placed on the top. The Fool is, in some decks, the Fool is right on the top of the deck. When you open it up, the deck is turned upside down, you open the deck and you see the Fool there. Some tarot decks, you see what? The Magician there. You see the Magician on the top, and who's at the bottom of that whole stack of all the cards is the Fool, meaning that they would put the major arcana cards on the top, then they give you all the suits. They put all from the Ace of Pentacles, all the Pentacles, from the Ace of Pentacles down to the King of Pentacles. Then the next suit that you find is the Ace of Cups to the King of Cups. And then you come on down, you get the Ace of Swords to the King of Swords. And then you go down to the last section, which they gave you the Ace of Rods to the King of Rods. Now, in the one of the things in the 56 cards of the minor arcana, there's 4 court cards. There's the Page. The Page is the young people, okay, your children. Pages could be also adults that are immature, usually landing in the Page of Cup range, okay. The Pages are the prince and the princess. Then you have the Knights, okay, the next level. And then above them, well, the Knights, yeah, are the warriors, but the Knights are also like considered the young man who still wants to be out there, not yet settled, maybe not having a family or not settled in his life or in his community or in his society. And then you have the Queens, and the Queens represent the younger women, starting those that are in the teenage years, hitting about 18 and then going all the way up, because they're becoming more aware. Of course, women, young women, young girls go through the menstrual cycles at a very early age and so forth, and so they get usually the Queen, you see, first. And then you see the King. So the young ladies, the women, I will say here, the young girls getting the Queens, and then the young men or elder men or middle-aged men or more adult man is the soul, and the Queen is the spirit. And how can you, and then another way you can look at this too, you can see the what? Here's this, you can see the tarot in itself etched out in a chessboard a little bit, for those of you that play chess. You see, on the chessboard, who has the greatest power on the chessboard? The Queen. Queen can move, what, 1 step at a time or many steps at a time. The Queen can move forward, backward, and diagonally, right? Only thing the Queen can't do is act like a horseman or the knight and jump that L-shaped pattern. But the Queen can do what? Has the power of the rook, or which is the castle, has the power of the bishop. The castles run that cross pattern, vertical and horizontal, as many spaces as they want on the chessboard. Then you got the bishop. The bishop, got that little hat, or the pope, little mitre hat piece. Well, he runs what? Only diagonally, but he can run diagonally one step forward, one step back. Like you think of diagonal, think of like a clock. He can run, his pattern could be 8-2, and his other pattern could be 4-10, like on a clock. Or that's all he gets. He runs diagonally only. One step at a time, forward or backward, in that X is the gift of partnership. That's where the partnership between earthly man and divine man, earthly woman and divine woman, or the four crosses of the universe in that sense of the word. The diagonal, the northeast, and the southwest, and the northwest, and the southeast. Okay, he's running that pattern. That's what you need to remember about the bishop or the papal piece that's on there, okay, in chess. And then you have the king. Now the king, he can move all over the board too, only one step at a time. He can move forward one step, backward one step, to the right, to the left. He can move diagonally. He can do that southwest, northeast, but only one step at a time. He can do that southeast, northwest, only one step at a time. And who are you going after anyway on the board? You're going after the king, right? He can put him in check, which means you're just a few spaces away, or checkmate, which means he has no place to go. So therefore, the most powerful person on the board beyond that king is the queen. Queen can go all over, can consume everybody. Then you got the pawns. Well, the pawns are like your pages. The pawns are like your pages, like your children. Okay? So that means you're using the knight and the bishop and the rook. Those are different phases of the knights in your tarot. All the different qualities of your knights in the tarot. Because you got your horseman, the warrior on the horse, on back of the horse, and you got the castle, the rook, that turret, right? And that's where you got soldiers there protecting the castle. Those two pieces go together. And then you have the bishop that's supposed to be giving you the information, your holy side giving you information, your prophetic side giving you information, and so he's a part of that too. The warriors go to him, go to the priests. Kings and queens go to the priests. But then, what else do you have in there? You got that joker, though. The joker in a regular deck of cards is the fool. The joker is the closest person to the king and the queen. Why? Because the joker is the one, you better have a good joke there for the king and the queen. Why? If you didn't have a good joke, you got punished by the king or the queen. You might have some worse things happen. Not only just starve you, might take your life. Well, the king and the queen knows that the joker, the little comedian there, knows more things, just as many things as the spiritual quality, as these two. The magician deals with everything on his table. The serpent, he has good control over his kundalini, his chi force. His mind deals with infinite things. He has a headband here. It represents he has mastered his brow center and his third eye and pineal side. He has a red cap on there, just like he can have a red fez on there too. He mastered it himself. Here, it shows both hands down, but if you're in the weight deck would show one hand up in the air with a candelabra type stick with the light on one end, light point, let's say like my pen point here. Let me bring my pen point. He'd have one hand up in the air holding this, and he'd have a jewel or a flame at the top and a flame at the bottom. And that stem is like him. The bone or the skeletal structure is his spine. I mean, he's lit up from his root chakra to his crown. And then he would point like this to the ground with the other hand, which means as above, pointing up, as above, as so below, as above, so below, as without, so within. So the magician is speaking that. Then you got the high priestess. And here it looks different. She's got oak leaves and she's got pomegranates. Pomegranates is the wisdom that she has of the universe. She's got a butterfly here upon her hand contemplating. She has the inner strength. Look at this. She's got the two scrolls here. Hmm? And if you look a little closer, you can't see it here, they're kind of worn, but the scroll over here, if I can get it close, I don't know if you can see this, has the letter B on it, and the one over here is J, Boaz and Joachim. She understands the laws of what? Wisdom and wealth. And look at that, she's got a castle way in here in the background in the mountains. And usually the mountains are one's spirituality or the difficulties in life. And the mountains are reflected off the sea of her consciousness, divinity. So what is she? Is she looking at here and got a butterfly? Butterfly is miracles and transformations. And the flower. It's got all like a sunflower, drooped a little bit. But she's got a castle. Huh? The water, the womb of the mind. And yet reflected here in the blue sky, the spirituality. Now, I might as well just throw it out there. These two are mated together. Let me bring this back. These two are mated together, the magician and the high priestess. The magician and the high priestess. Magician is Mercury, she's the moon. Now, if you're dealing with the Weight Rider deck, because they're showing you all of the Kabbalistic symbolism, and the Weight Rider deck, she has a canopy over her head, she sits on a throne, and she's seated on her throne, and then she has the scroll partially unfold, and you'll see the word tarot begin to be spelt out, or Torah. This is supposed to be like the Torah of ancient wisdom, And then what you'll see, though, you'll pick up when you see tarot, you'll see is rota in the wheel of fortune. That wheel spells out R-O-T-A. Go the other way, T-O-R-O-T. Tarot is spelled out. Rota or wheel. Tarot is the wheel of life. So the tarot is telling you, you're studying the wisdoms, the cycles of life. You go through where you're the king, the queen, you come like your father, the mother, fatherhood. You start out with the Weight Rider deck. One of the interesting things about the Weight Rider deck is that it's one of the easiest decks to work with, even though the colors can be a little bright and harsh on you, and it has that Renaissance flair to it, so it can be a little harsh to deal with, but don't let that frighten you. Just step into the deck. One of the things that when you're looking at the cards, you'll see similarities. And I always tell my students, when they first buy a deck, open the deck up and spread out all the suits. And in other words, go from the Ace of Pentacles all the way down to the Ten of Pentacles, and then the Page of Pentacles, and then you want the Knight of Pentacles, then you want the Queen of Pentacles, then you want the King of Pentacles. And then do that with every suit. Go from Ace right up to King at the bottom. And then what you're able to do is study all of them 4 cards at a time. And you'll be able to see the similarities and dissimilarities. In other words, what you want to be able to do when you're looking at the tarot cards, and I don't only want to just deal with the aces, but sometimes my heart wants to jump into other places, and I got to let my heart do what it wants to do, shows you these other different qualities. So when you start looking at the tarot, and I'm going to put it up to it as if you're looking at the screen, you might see it the other way. You might get it this way, perhaps. So the card to your left, now I have it on my right, but the card to your left will be facing you. The top card of the suit of pentacles will be the Ace of Pentacles. Now to the right of that, you'll put the cups down. Top card will be the Ace, going all the way down in succession. All the cards are numbered from 1 on down. It usually has Ace, and then the other cards has 2, 3, 4, 5, right to 10, and then you'll get the Page, the Knight, the Queen, and the King of Hearts. So that'll be to the right of the Pentacles. Do the same thing with the swords. Do the same thing with the rod. Understand that the aces, the 4 faces of the Creator, represent peace, harmony, creativity, abundance, wellness. That's what these 4 are talking about. All right? So now, excuse me for clearing my throat. Now when you look at this on another level, is if you look at your tarot deck, especially if you're dealing with what I call the more traditional, like you got the Masai tarot, the French tarot deck, you maybe using the Spanish cards, the one with the coins in it, and the batons as they call it, which is the rods. Okay, there's a Native American tarot deck too. You know, there's all kind of tarot deck. Anything with swords and daggers and all of that, that's this. Anything that's now usually say you kill, it's a lot of fire, but that's, you know, you got to make a decision to do that, right? Or to utilize the knife and the sword in a way that's healing. So you got to think. Swords, passion can bring out the rods, the passion. Compassion through the rods, but rods is energy, and this energy trickles down into the material. Okay, now one of the things I want to reveal to you here, so that you can keep this level of consciousness there, is that this occurs in the swords, and you'll see this, especially if you got a weight rider deck, no matter what deck you're using. But hopefully, most of the tarot decks follow the Kabbalah. You see, most of the tarot decks follow the Kabbalah, the philosophies and the teachings in the Kabbalah. And the reason why I'm saying that is because then you have a better understanding. You have some decks that are just done artistically that may not have any true meaning to it at the moment when you get it. So if you're a student of the Tarot, you want to start with some of the traditional decks, or start with the ones that you have a close affinity to, or the ones that are speaking to you. Then you should deal with those decks. Deal with the ones that talk to you first. Just like when you're dealing with the gemstones, or you're dealing with pendulums, or whatever. You have a wood at the end, or polished wood, rough wood. Might have just a button. You might have a paperclip. You might have a key at the end. I'm going to show you some ones when we go through the pendulum of how you get keys. We're going to let me talk a little longer and show you something about the pendulums too that are in here. Now, one of the things I wanted to tell you before I go too far ahead, I get excited to share this, so that's why I'm hyper, and like I said, I just got off a fast, so I'm 10 pounds lighter, so I'm moving, right? I like to laugh at myself. I never take myself that seriously. That's why you see me laughing all the time. The ace is the peace of mind. So a person has peace of mind, but always mind is seeking. The mind, meaning the mind means the totality of who you are. So the totality of who you are is you got a material physical body, you got an emotional body, you got a mental body, and you got a spirit body. That's the mind of who you are. That's the mind of who you are. You got the fire energy, the air energy, rods, fire, air, swords, emotional, water, the womb of you, the womb of conscious, the very subconscious, that's the cups. Then you got the side that's physical and material, concrete conscious side, that's the pentacles. That's your mind. The 4 states of mind, the 4 states of awareness, the 4 states of remembrance, the 4 states of consciousness is in these aces. Now, if you're dealing like the weight rider deck from the traditional side, you really see the shift and the change. What is very unique is that in the swords, this is the card that's number 1. This is the card that has all the possibilities. That's what the aces are. Aces are all the possibilities imaginable that you possess and that you have the capacity to possess. Okay, meaning to own, or to experience, to manifest. Tarot decks, one sword is different from the other sword. They do that for a reason. One sword is more simplistic, the other one is heavier, or more complex. The 2 of swords would then represent, the 2 of swords could be indecisiveness. You can't seem to make up your mind. And if you see the person blindfolded, that means they're unable to see. So if they can't see, then they have to feel. And in the weight rider deck, there's a moonlit sky. There's a crescent there in the sky. So the person has to go within. It could be telling you a little bit of meditation, but it's hard to meditate. It's hard to go within because you cannot see yet what you need to see, what you want to see, what you desire to see. And then the arms are crossed over the heart region. So then you can't even come through with your compassion, but you must trust inwardly what you're about to see or what you're about to experience. Then they have the water coming in. If you look at it, it may appear to be like a high tide. Nighttime scene out here. High tide. So that means the emotions are rushing to the forefront. Hard for you to decipher which way to go, which decision to make, because you can't see, which means you cannot be aware. You're aware internally, but you're not consciously aware. You can't see it yet. Can't see it to understand it yet. Then you go to the Three of Swords. And in that particular deck, you'll see in the weight deck and in some of the other decks of the swords, you'll see three swords. It'll look like rain. You'll see a heart. And you'll see the sky. It looks like it's a gray sky. Gray usually can be wisdom, but here it represents some amount of frustration mentally. And then you got the three swords crossed through the heart, pointing down, crossed through the heart. And then one sword, bam, right in the middle. That's you. You now just became the indecisiveness. And that usually means some level of criticism, some level of sorrow, some level of great intense pain. It also means that someone is accusing you of something. It could be false accusation. Maybe you're accusing yourself. Maybe you're riding through guilt and fear. But then the next level, which is the Four of Swords, shows a knight with his visor down on a bed, like a counter, almost like a coffin. And he has a sword there on the side, which is him. He has laid his sword to rest, laid his mind to rest. He's come to a place where it's like a sanctuary. And you'll see above him three swords, and he looks like he's in some type of place of worship. Well, in those days, and in all days, in all civilizations, people would go to where? Their temples. They're in the places of sanctuary, the holiest places for them. Why? So they could get away from the war within, as well as the war without, to reestablish themselves. So the Four of Swords is usually meditation. Then you see the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords in most tarot decks will show you a person in the front picking up swords. And you'll see at his feet two swords crossed. They might be crossed at near the hilts of the sword. The hilts is the part that protects the hand when you're in battle. And then you'll see him having a sword in one hand and then carrying two swords up against the shoulder. And that usually is, five is changed. What has changed? The person that you see in the picture has decided to become more responsible for their actions, for their thoughts. And what they have is, in the background, two people with their backs to you on the side with their heads in their hands, meaning they've been overcome by their decisions, unable to make their decisions, distraught. And they're walking away in the background. Now, the two people walking away in the background could be the individual. That's what they were going through out of the Three of Swords, Two of Swords, into the Three of Swords, into the Four of Swords, and now they come to this time frame to collect all of these ideas. They're becoming more responsible. Sometimes the card could represent, if you're a person who's working, you become like the workhorse on your job. Everybody walks away because the job is difficult. The task is difficult, and you find yourself, what? Picking up all the pieces, trying to save the operation. Then you'll come up with the level degree number 6, and you'll see the Six of Swords. And the six, see how it changes? It went from the Four of Swords of contemplation and meditation, deep meditation, and there's a dimness of light there, deep meditation going within, to go into and find the levels of resource inside to reestablish the source, the light, their connection, and then they come out into the 5. They're ready to pick up the pieces now. They're ready to move forward. Then the Six of Swords will show two humble figures, what looks like a man or a woman with a child in a boat, and then a person like the gondola, like in Italy, boatsmen, rowing them across to the other side. And on one side of the boat, you see the ripples on the boat, which means there's troubled waters, troubled emotions, troubled mind. The depths of themselves as a state of being troubled. But on the other side, the water is placid. And that person, meaning you, are now what? Consciously moving away or moving through troubled waters, taking charge to free yourself and to take all of those who are close to you with you. And those, because they're covered over, they would show different parts of yourself. If it's a child there, you would know that this is you. That is also you. That's you that didn't know much. Then it show what could be a man or a woman there, and that is another side of you that is willing to be guided what? By the Spirit. Right? There's sometimes a separation between couples or a separation between a person and something that they're deeply involved in. And sometimes it suggests wanting to travel, wanting to go somewhere, either in your mind, in the mental part of you, or physically prepare for a trip. And then you see the Seven of Swords. And what's the Seven of Swords? Now you see the person with carrying away all the swords. And in the Weight Rider deck, the person has these red boots on and his red cap with the furriness. And the mind is excited, and they're tiptoeing away, like from the tents in the background, like they're stealing. And that represents some form of mistrust, deception, lies. Trying to cover up, trying to take something away without anybody seeing you. And then you go to the Eight of Swords, and what you see is seven swords wrapped around the person behind them, and they're like hitched on the sword themselves, and the person is also, I believe, in that card, total frustration you see there in that eight of Swords, desolation. They're like, whew, this is it. This is just too much. Destitute. Then you see it jumps from the Eight of Swords to the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords, think of like the guy in the place of worship, the warrior with the visor down. Now what you see here is a person in bed, and on the side of the bed you'll see look like people warring and fighting. That's like his dreams, his dreams, like coming up out of the dream state. Then you look at the cloth or the quilt, and that's interesting too. The cloth or the quilt in the Weight deck, you'll see different sigils and symbols. You'll see some astrological ones, and you'll see some other ones there. You'll see ones represent the planet and the stars and so forth on the quilt. And then what do you see? You'll see the wall is pitch black. So this is nighttime. They're waking up, and what's happening is like a person had a nightmare. They wake up, and their head is in their hands. And this, they could not say, there's a nightmare, there's these 9 swords. That means going to completion, going up the ladder or coming down the ladder in their thoughts. But there's something coming to a close. Something that's definitely going to be finalized in the 9 of Swords. Or someone chasing you in a dream. You ever had those things that happen to you? And then the 10th sword is the person now, you see like the aftermath. That's the best way. It's like the aftermath. You'll see maybe a little yellow, a little grayish blue, but black skies. And you'll see a person on the ground with 10 swords in them and blood trickling out. And the 10 swords are the 10 levels of consciousness, the 10 levels of experiences, the 10 spheres of the Kabbalah, from the crown down to the root. But going down the spine. And the spine is where your chi starts traveling up in the center of the spine, right? You got from your neck down to your tailbone, you got what? 33 vertebrae, right? 33 bones, right? Vertebrae. 33 is the Christ energy number, the anointing, the one that's coming up into yourself. Well, the 10 of Swords, it means it's over. Meaning one part of your life is over. Something is done. Something is complete. Something is finally released. A letting go. Final letting go. But that's just one element. See, so in the Tarot, you get 4 ways to interpret the 1, 4 ways to interpret the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6, all the way to the 10. You get 4 ways to interpret a page, 4 ways to interpret a knight, 4 ways to interpret a queen, 4 ways to interpret a king. Now, the Fool, who is the Fool? The Fool starts out representing the child who is innocent, one who is born in this world. You see here now, he's carrying a rod, and he has the triangles, three triangles, and he has a gem underneath. I'm gonna block my face out. See, he has a little, could be a gem on the base of the ear, a need to listen to a divine authority, and the triangles going up, the three states, the body, the mind, and the spirit. And then the hat with the plume coming out. Oh yeah, this is a European face, but get past that. Put yourself there. Look at the collar, like a Native American collar. See that? Look like arrows going around. Let's see, point it with my. See that right here? Look like the arrows going around. Imagine that was in the front. So it is like a choker in the front with the arrows, points. Divine consciousness in your throat. I mean, you can speak the word. You're ready to speak the word. Part of the rod, you see, and rod is, you see it here. You see it didn't bloom yet. Well, it did bloom over here. Two blooms here, but one didn't open up yet. You don't see what's at the other end. In the traditional tarot deck, that's his rod or the staff. In the Bible, thy rod and thy staff shall comfort thee. Thy rod and thy staff, the staff of life, the bread of life. The staff represents a standard. Your standards that you have, your principles, and your virtues shall comfort thee. You. A lot of stuff going on. Oh, by the way, if you're looking at Psalm number 119, Psalm number 119 has what? 22 parts. That's the longest psalm, roughly. Has 22 parts. And guess what it's doing? The first part is called Aleph, the magician. And it ends with what? Bing, the fool. 22. So you'll be able to see that represents God. The child, the innocent child, the man, the woman, the teenager, the elder, and then God. God consciousness, that is the fool. So everybody laughs at a fool. Fool's got wisdom. They say sometimes there's a paralyzation. God will ask you to do something foolish. Other people say it's not foolish. God is not fool to God. Other people might say, well, that's foolish to do. But if you're following the wisdom of Spirit, here's the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit in the Torah. All right. This first time we really stretched out and almost gave you a 90-minute show. I'm so glad. But let me let you know, might as well just bringing on out the other two cards. The Empress card. Got Venus. It's the card of motherhood. This is the consciousness. This is the universal language of the universe. That's the Empress. That's the mother. That's the goddess, divine mother. Okay? And then what you have here is, she's Venus. She's the emblem of Venus here. See, that's what she, on her herald, on her shield, is Venus. She's got her scepter there. And see, she's got triangles too. Then you have the hermit. Ta-da! The hermit. And the way that you'll see the hermit with his lantern and with his staff or rod high on a snow-capped mountain. The hermit is another side of the fool. The fool is Uranus in the Tarot, which is the ruler of Aquarius. The hermit is Virgo. Okay, the hermit is Virgo. Magician is Mercury, that rules in Virgo, and Uranus is an octave higher than Mercury. And of course, the high priestess is the moon. So there's a conscious awareness between these four cards. And if you want, between all of this, here's the language of the universe. Light, sound, and color. The language of the universe. Light, sound, and color. Contemplate the laws of nature, the laws of God. The Tarot, the ancient wisdom. Something is always birthing out of your consciousness. And there's so many colors, so many symbols here. And look at this, right above her third eye. You know, her third eye is wide open going up into her hairline, the crown. Crown is back here. She's wide open. The mysteries, the black energies, the power and the mysteries. The oak tree, she's strong. High priestess is strong. Magician. He has the cup and the sword, the rod across his table, not quite opened up, Aaron's rod, the pentacle underneath. Then he has another shield here with the web. He's got webs in there and petals, things going on, just like his table, all the different pathways. And his rod is on the other side with crystals up in there, perhaps. See, right over here, get my finger, right over here, and get a reflection off. There's another rod with like a crystal in. Look at all the geometrical patterns. See, there's so many things here. All of these are different relationships. You can put it like this. See, all of these personalities are teachers. So, now this is closing up on the tarot here. I know it was a lot, but I don't like to hold back. I like to just drop it out directly what all of this is. Let's show you a little bit about the pendulum. Now, the pendulum comes under the teachings of dowsing. Now, how many of you know about the dowsing rods? You can make your own dowsing rods. You can take two metal hangers, and clip them so that they come in right angles. And then from the cleaners, that little cardboard tube, that can be your handle. Very simple. You don't have to buy dowsing rods. You can make it. The old farmers and the elders and the aboriginals, they use what? They used to use a willow tree, a willow branch. They use a willow branch. Why? They considered the willow branch to be more of what they call the magical states of energy. But it was very powerful, more magnetic. They used sometimes the branches of a birch tree. Birch represents growth and transformation and birth. But they used like a willow. The willow tree was more sensitive to the vibration. And it was a Y branch. A Y branch meaning it had two pieces connected like this, like a V. And then the stem was down here. So you have a stem, and then you have two pieces like a Y, you see. So the purpose for that is the two pieces that comes off like a Y, you hold that, and then you have the long end. Now the long end, though, should be something like 18 to 24 inches long, if they could get it. And then they would walk all over the property, what? Letting the energy, the magnetism coming up out of the earth, the magnetic electrical flow out of the earth, out of their bodies, and all around them to help them find what? The veins, the magnetic veins in the earth, but help them do what? To find the gems, the metals, the precious metals in the earth, to find water in the earth, to find oil in the earth. The pendulum comes from dowsing. There's two systems. You can use the two rods. You can make your rods. So rather than having in one stem, Y-shaped stem, you can have two pieces, right? And the cardboard piece is here. And I might show you one day if I can locate mine. I got so much stuff here. But you'll have the cord, the cardboard piece, and then you'll have your metal hanger clipped out to about 12 inches. That means you use probably about 18 inches or 16 inches. And you'll find it, I say the longer the better, okay? Now you'd have your metal piece come out, and it should be about a foot long or longer. A foot is good, 18 inches is good. But the stem part should be what? Here's my fist. The stem that comes down, the L, the bottom of the L, the leg of the L, should be a little longer than the width of your own fist. And if you get that cardboard piece that you hang your pants on from the cleaners when they come from the cleaners, and cut that and sit that in, you'll get it just right, and then it'll be able to swing and not rub up against your skin, but begin to swing in a 90-degree angle. Now, if you're using it as a 12-incher rod, it'll be able to swing without hitting yourself. So that's that. And you'll have a right one and a left one. Then you can go around and check out spaces. You can check out something. If something is there where it's supposed to be, the 2 points would come together. If you're checking a space to see how much of a vibration of the space is, if it's wide, a wide vibration, it means a real open gateway in your energy, vortex of energy in your house or on your property, then the 2 prongs will widen and open up. If it's really a lot of energy, they might wave and start spinning around on you. That's all about dowsing. You can find the same thing with the pendulum. Now, the way I like to use the pendulum, if I shake my head this way, right to left, that's a no. That's how we don't say no, we say we can agree, yes. So that means north and south pole, which is like up and down, would be like your yes. In most cases, for most people, this is a yes. To and fro you, that's a yes with your pendulum. Now I can hold the pendulum up. I'm going to put it on the desk and have it going this way. I'm looking for a yes. Let me hold it up higher, see, the plume. This is a moonstone. This is yes. Let's say I want to see a no. I ask through my higher self, because this is really an outward extension of your higher self is the pendulum. So if it's an outward extension of your higher self, that's what you really ask. You're asking the God within you, Holy Spirit, to give you an answer, and this helps to bring it out. You can actually feel the vibration in the muscle coming up in your fingers, right into your hand, right into your forearm, right in your upper arm, right into your chest. You can actually feel it, the stronger that it gets. But you got to stabilize and keep your arm as stable as possible. Sometimes you can put your fist there and rest it there up against your body, and then it'll wiggle and wobble on its own. But if I want to get a no, and I've already programmed myself to get this no, so I know what spirit is a no, it'll go from, as you see, from side to side. So when you're working with the pendulum, this is no, no, okay, and I want yes, it'll go back and forth, to and fro. If you put this on a clock, this is 12-6. If you're making a map, this is north-south. You know it's east-west or 9-6. 9-6 lane is your no. If it's going like 2-7, 2-8, 1 and 1-7, 2-8, 1-7 line, 2-8, 1-7 line, which is a southeast, that's a maybe yes. And if you want a maybe no, a maybe no, a maybe no to the spirit, through my spirit, we give you the northwest to southeast zone, which would be your 11-5 or your 10-4 line. Just that simple. What if you want a dramatic yes? A dramatic yes would be a clockwise yes. Dramatic yes would be a clockwise yes. A dramatic no, you let it stop through your spirit. You want a dramatic no, it would come around and give you a counterclockwise. It would go in the other direction, and that'd be like a dramatic or a definite no. So here's something that's giving you all the information that you want to know about yourself, right here. This is beauty. This is harmony. This is wondrous. This is fabulous. So this is how the pendulums work. The pendulum is really just like the dowsing rod. The dowsing rod and the pendulum is an extension of what? Your higher self, the I am that I am that's in you. Wherever God is, I am, right? Wherever I am, God is. I am is God. So when you're using a pendulum or dowsing rods, when you're using pendulums or dowsing rods, These are extensions, outward expression of the divine flow, the divine, that's all you, organ, that's all you, spirit, energy. The materialization of the spirit can be seen through the movement of a pendulum or dowsing rods. It also, when you use the pendulum, it's an opportunity to do what? To heighten your own awareness, heighten your own levels of sensitivity, so that you can see, so that you can understand how all of this is working through you. How spirit feels, what it feels like when spirit is running its energy through you. This allows you to become more sensitive, which means you become more psychic, you become more intuitive, which is what you want to be, more intuitive. To intuit something is to already know. Or I like to say, to get into it. Into it. To get into it, meaning to get into it, what you can get out of it. Hey, that's a little inside joke from Sananda and Malachi and Akana 10 who are here today. Grandma Charlotte and Mother Grace, my ancestors, Father Napoleon, they're all here. Grandmother Dora, Grandfather Eddie, all here, the spirit of them as I knew them to be. But let's go beyond that. They're just light beings now. They have a divine consciousness. They're trying to tell us, oh, we got a divine consciousness. Let's wake up to it. Let's see it. Let's understand it. So I know I said a lot today, and this is the first time I had a chance to use this iPad 2 and take you past 90 minutes. So we had at least about a 70-minute show. You learned some important things about the ACEs. The ACEs are the 4 states of consciousness, or the 4 faces of God in you. The 4 states of awareness of the mind. The mind is what? The 4 states of consciousness, awareness, and remembrance. Remember, pentacles are earthly things, material things, finances, your physical body, your house, your physical house, your apartment, wherever you are, where you work, the land in which you walk on, and everything that's in the land, from the gemstones to the vegetation, fruits, you name it, the animals that walk upon it. The cups are the matters of the heart, or creativity, or psychic flow, or astral. It could be the unconscious and the subconscious, and the etheric at the same time. Then you step into what? The swords. The swords are how you think, your logic and your reasoning, analysis. It's also your philosophies can come up out of what your thoughts are. The swords also can be your belief system. Okay? Then you jump into the rods, and the rods can also be the philosophy, the truth, the science of the truth of your own life, of who you really are. So the swords are the air elements, and the rods become the spirit, which is what takes you into intuitive levels. You see an ace of rods on the board, that means you got faith or develop your faith. Also means spirit is working directly with you. There's so many things that you could acquire, and you should find out for yourself. I used to start out just teaching people that this is how it had to be in a tarot. I don't do that anymore. Past 20, 25 years, I allow you to discover it. I give you some keys. I give you a lot of keys. I can tell you where to go to get the keys. There's such a thing as sleeping with the cards. You ever heard of that? Or stacking the cards for your own experience. You stack them subconsciously, you start picking up on experience. You can march right down the deck and see just where you are, all the different life's experience. You only want to have good ones, stack them with good cards. Just letting you know there's some things you can do. You can meditate on the cards. Especially when you get to the cards that are figurative, the figures, you can put yourself in it. Think of it like a theatrical play. And you're there in the audience, and you're allowed to walk up on the stage and interact with the characters. That's the way you really should use the tarot. Or you see like the 2 of Cups in the tarot. 2 of Cups is partnership. It's the man and a woman like taking their vows, or 2 people taking their vows. And then you can walk outside yourself and see, hey, is there any partnerships that are happening around you? You can see, hey, I see 2 people conversing. If you see 3 people conversing, that's like the 3 of Cups, 3 people talking. See about it, someone in deep thought, and that's like the 4 of Swords, meditation, or someone that seems to be troubled by their thoughts, or getting criticism, that's the 3 of Swords. Restlessness, 5 of Rods, a lot of restless energy in yourself, around other people. Journeyman, traveling cards, thinking about taking a journey, 6 of Swords. Wow, someone made a promise to you, but they didn't fulfill it. eight of cups. You'll see that. Eight of cups. Be 8 cups, 1 cup missing. Didn't get to 9 yet. Or 8 of cups might say someone invited you on a trip, or you're about to get invited on a trip. 9 of cups. Bring your own finances. In this case, the person said, "Yeah, I'm taking you on a trip." They could run out of cash, so you need to have more. You need to be able to contribute to that trip when you need to. And then you got the 8 of rods. The 8 of rods represent the arrows of romance, but it's also the best travel card to get. You see the 8 of rods. Person can be on a plane, prepare for the trip, go on a trip, be fine, get there, be fine, come back, be fine. There's 3 cards. Then you also have the 4 of rods. 4 of rods can take you into past lives or multiple universes through that card. The 4 of rods. And also a good journey, or say a person could be moving to warmer climate or where the people are more conducive to them. There's so many different ways. Well, let me close this out. Thank you for enjoying this show today. This is one of the many things I've been saying that I was going to do. I was going to always use my morning shows to bring out new things about things I do. And this is just a nutshell. Okay, this is an introductory. This is a swift way of getting the information. Been on for about 100 minutes now. And this is the way that you can get this information. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. May you be blessed today by the information that you see here. And we're going to put this up in the archives in a few more moments. So may you enjoy this. May you be blessed by it. May you get all that you can get out of it. And I'll see you here later on tonight. I should be back about 6:30 to 6:45 with our Decree and It Shall Be program for the Circle of Grace 1 Spiritual and Metaphysical Ministry. Well, the Circle of Grace 1 was birthed into existence and founded on July the 2nd, 1999 AD, under the aegis and the anointing of the Angel of Grace through divine providence. It also gave birth to its own spiritual and metaphysical institute on February the 7th, 2009, called the Circle of Divine Grace and Remembrance. And I'm the host of both, chief principal teacher and founder of all that I've said. I'm Bishop Francis E. Revels-Bey. Well, today was live webcast number 138. I'll be back tonight, July the 20th, Wednesday evening, with live webcast number 139. And in about 10 more minutes, you'll see this in the archives. All right, and this was about the tarot today and pendulums and the Kabbalah. A lot of information. Well, thank you for coming out. Until next time, remember that divine grace is a blessing as we're alive and well in the age of remembrance.